All right, everybody, we're back. Now, I did happen to watch my last live stream in where people were wondering why the audio was so low. Um, yeah, it actually did sound a little low to me, which is actually quite surprising. So please tell me, how do I sound right now? Do I sound louder than last time? If you happen to be here last night on my last live stream, because I did increase the microphone volume on the computer itself, as well as within my streaming software. So hopefully it's a little bit louder, but not to the point where I have to scream, or if I hit a loud break shot or something during tonight's run, that it'll blast your ears or something. Okay, cool. So far, so good. It sounds like it's hopefully it's better, because I did happen to notice that it was a little lower than expected, which I thought was really weird, considering that I don't really change my sound settings, at least for my previous streams. Okay, Craig, you thought it sounds pretty much the same, and but you're able to hear it loud and clear. So that's really weird. I'm gonna go ahead and at least change this little setting here, and I don't know. I don't know if I have to move the mic a little bit closer to my mouth, or whatever. But I mean, we'll see as the stream goes on. But I'm pretty fired up from last night. For those that were there, you got to see me struggle my butt off trying to get past the first rack. I think out of the 85 attempts, what did I say that I did? I think I didn't get out of the rack like over 50 some odd out of the first rack over 50 some odd times, and like that was just super freaking frustrating. But then through all that perseverance and all that struggle, or with all that perseverance and all the struggles that I was going through, I finally beat my 37 record and put up a 46. So I'm pretty darn fired up. Now, when I went and watched that last live stream, I did see where everybody was talking about the pace at which I was playing, and how it was a little bit faster than even what I thought was. I was trying to match my practice sessions. And then even some people commented afterwards about, like, well, you're not talking during your practice sessions, are you? And you're not wearing your microphone when you practice, are you? And the answer is no, I'm not. But if me talking and me having a microphone attached to me while I'm playing is has that drastic of an effect on me, then like all I can say is I got to grin and bear it, and eventually push through it, because I have to have this stuff when I do a live stream, to try to keep the live stream entertaining. And me commentating at least what I'm doing shouldn't really affect anything, I would think, but maybe it does. I mean, maybe it has some sort of an effect. Another thing that I noticed was, and some people did comment on it, is how I was hitting my break shots a little bit harder again. And so even today, when I tried to practice some of the break shots, I was trying to find that sweet spot to where I didn't want to break so soft to where like the cue ball would get stuck on the foot rail. I want to break hard enough to where I can get it off of the foot rail and get it at least over by the side pocket, or maybe over back towards the middle of the table. Right. So I was trying to at least figure that out. So I think those are the big things that I'm going to try to focus on tonight, to see if we can put up more consistent scores past the first rack, but let alone be able to try to beat 46 tonight, if that's even possible. Nonetheless, let's go down the line and see who's here. We've got Craig. We've got Jim Holland. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Since you missed yesterday's stream, but you're here tonight, man. I'm always happy to have everybody here. That's all right. Got my buddy Nate Tam, Kevin Erickson, Ryan Poe, Daniel Champagne, Mr. El Poderoso. I hope I said that correctly. Tim Hogan. How you doing, Les? Is Ron going to be joining us as well? My buddy Brian from Corner 4 Billiards. This is awesome. So this is a last minute stream again. I think I published it about like 20 minutes before I was going to go live. So I'm always happy for everybody that's going to be here. It is 8 o'clock at night, so I don't know if I'm going to do a full 4 hours because that's going to put me at midnight. But I mean, we'll see. We'll see. But I'm not going to waste any time again. Let's get it going. As you can see, the new record is 46. And I want to see if I can beat it. But I think a simple milestone right now is going to be, let's put up at least multiple like 10 plus scores. I mean, I'll still be in the first rack, but I certainly don't want to have like all those zeros, ones, and twos and stuff that I had before. But who knows? I mean, we'll see how the night goes. So I may end up talking less than I did last time. It all just depends on how everything starts to flow together for tonight. We'll see. Man, I hate this. I have an issue because if the tip of this cue touches that ball, that's a foul. Because in straight pool, we play all ball foul. And yeah, see, I can't bridge from back here. Can't bridge from up there. Do I try to shoot this left-handed? I guess I do. Or maybe I can cut the 7 into the 5. That'll be at least a bit more comfortable. The idea was I wanted to shoot the 9 and then I have the shape on the 5. So, all right. I mean, it's the first rack. Let's get warmed up at least. So we'll try the combination. Okay, no big deal. That was a bit of a rough spot to start in. I did like the way that I broke. I did make some updates to my program, so it's a little, or I shouldn't say updates. I cleaned up the code a little bit, so some of the statistics will be more accurate. And I do have, I now added the ability to be able to remove a score that I put in by accident. So hopefully I don't make that same mistake that I did last night, where I put in a score by accident. All right, so let's actually try to break just a little bit harder so I don't end up in the clutter of the rack. Still kind of sort of, but this is better than last time. I'm actually contemplating comboing the 9 into the 5. I don't have to, but I am contemplating it. But we're going to just play the 5 ball. You're not in the way at all, by the way. Man, I'd love to keep that 2 ball, but it looks like it sets me up for the 6 to. I need to separate these two. Whoops. All right, need to be about right here. Oh, gosh. All right. Well, stuff like that's going to happen, and I'm okay with that. I managed to develop the 12 ball. And just like last night, I will mix up the breaks. I was experimenting with different breaks earlier today to where I can still hopefully hit with a, softer or slash medium pace, if you will. I'll even try from this side because I had a viewer last night say break from the other side when I'm just it's more natural for me to break on this side of the table. At least for me it is. Ah. So go ahead and get the first 0 out of the way. We'll try that break again. And I did notice that all of my it almost looked like the vast majority of all of my single break, like opening break shots, I was not cutting the ball enough. There were some that I overcut, but it looked like the vast majority of them I wasn't cutting it enough. And that's just something I really don't want is my cue ball coming all the way back here though. But we'll make do. Oh, really? Okay. So we're going to start off slow again, but hopefully we erupt sooner than we did last night. So we'll even do a break from back here. I was having fairly decent luck with this one. Oh, that was a miscue. I could have sworn I chalked before I shot too. Guess I need to pay more attention to the chalking. So yeah, 3. And I'd much rather prefer missing inside of the rack than missing the opening shot. Of course, these are some of these shots that I've missed so far are shots that I don't feel like I should be missing, but whatever. Trying not to let that bother me. See how the cue ball kind of stuck to the rack on that one? I mean, I got a shot and everything else, so I'm obviously happy for that, but those are the things that I'm trying to avoid. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought. I was setting up for this guy and I just hit it too hard. Almost. I'm not gonna try to force anything. Just let it gradually work itself in. I am really trying to pay attention where I place this opening break ball too to see the type of angle that it's going to run into the rack and how I can actually get the cue ball to react off of the rack. There we go. Decent. I really wasn't expecting to bump into that 3 ball. Right, that shot felt good because that was one of the ones where I would cut it down and I would always overcut the ball. So slight improvement from last night there. A little too straight. Really? All right. Well, I think I see an alternative. Yeah, I think I see an alternative. All right. Not ideal. Wasn't supposed to move that ball, but hey, we're in the second rack now. All right. So y'all are gonna have to tell me, like, is the pace that I'm playing at right now basically the same pace that you saw when I did the 46, or on any of the temps where I actually did decent? I got a little sloppy there towards the end because the 4 ball is not supposed to be there, but we got to make do with what we get. And I tried to make sure not to do anything crazy. Like, I think I could have just worked with what I've got there if I'd have just made the darn ball. But hey, 15. 15. All right. What was it? Last night I would get to the second rack, but I wouldn't make the 15th ball. All right, let's try on this side. All right. Try it again. So that's the same thing. I guess I got to hit it harder. But I don't want to hit it too much harder, right? Then I lose control. Ooh, just barely. I hope y'all see why I chose that ball rather than choosing this obvious one, because I didn't really see like what else I could have done after that. Now I'm at least on position on the 5. I'm at least on position on the 1. But that was an iffy shot right there. That was just a 1. Need to keep remembering that. So, try this side again. And that's what I don't want it to do, is just take off like that. Well, gotta try to find that happy medium. Oh, I could have had a shot on the 4-ball. Oh, wow. See how much spin I have on the cue ball to get position on the 1. Probably should have taken just a bit more time to look at it. 8. So some pretty decent shots in that rack, but that also means just not having the greatest of controls. Kind of the result I want. Stop in front of the side pocket at least. Ah! Ah, that was a bad decision. That was a bad decision. Five ball right here. So I hit that way too flat. All right, so it was a bad decision going for that clutter breakout there. 5, 8. Well, not so much getting the 10 pluses, but I like what I'm seeing so far. Let me go ahead and starting to get a little warm in here. Even when I reset. Do. Oh, now I'm overcutting. Okay. The rack is spreading the way I want, and the cue ball is going where I want, but I can't do that overcut. All right. Do. All right, so don't cut it as much. There we go. Whoops. All right. I deserve that. I deserve that. Let's go from back here again. All right, that's more like it. A gradual break speed, cue balls in the middle of the table. So now let's just try to pick a good pattern. If I can. We'll see. Kind of still hoping for a shot at the 2, but I have some insurance balls. Oh. Oh my goodness. Are you serious? Don't expect to miss that badly. That's a what? 6, 7. Okay. All right. Cue ball. Seriously? It's nice to let a stroke out every once in a while, but I shouldn't have to do that.
Wrong angle. Oh, come on. Whew. Thought I hit that pretty good and held the cue ball. Right. I'm starting to see 8s more often. I guess I can live with that. Alrighty then. Let's see. Goodbye. Chris, I think you could have gotten a little bit more draw than that. Same thing. Same thing. All right. No choice, just to be able to get the break angle that I want. Even though it's a much longer distance. I kept trying to get underneath the 2-ball so I could shoot it here. But I had a couple of opportunities, but I just felt that the angle was just a tad bit too sharp to try to hold the cue ball for another ball. And I ended up with no shot. I literally ended up with no shot. Don't think I can see the 4-ball. Well, maybe I can. That 7-ball looks awfully darn close. And bridged over like this, I can barely keep my foot on the floor. Actually, that hurts. Break the 6 out only for it to clutter back up. Wonderful. Oh, you dribbled forward far too much that I wanted. Still going to go for you, though. Oh, that ball was supposed to stop the cue ball for my 8. Not that nonsense. All right, 8 in the side. Ah, all right. What is that? 5. 8 more. Hey, 22. Okay. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. As long as we can keep that up consistently. And then every now and again have an eruption of another high score. Or at least another current best until the point to where we get a new record. Hmm. No, no. Get out of that corner. Go on. All right. That felt very comfortable. Very controlled. All right, so that looks like I'm going to hit the bottom of the 12. Hey, what are you doing? Behave yourself. So I think I need to draw this a little bit. Oh man, I was just going to say, please give me a shot. Don't get flat on the ball. Interesting. Okay. So I'll just have to work with that. Yo, whoa. Do not be playing with your ball near my cues. Go on. Yeah, you're totally not a distraction right now. I'm going to have to kick you out here soon. Why couldn't I get just a little bit more of an angle? Oh, man. Tried to force something. Don't know if I really got it or not. I don't think I did. Let's see, can I reach this? There I tried to sit on the table again just to reach something. I didn't need to. So do I take this combo or do I go for the 13? Neither of which is really going to leave me much, but at least if I take the combo, I can come into these two. I don't know. I think the combo is the right shot. It's a little bit of an off angle hit, but I think this is the right play. And of course, my biggest problem is I don't really have a decent break ball. All right, you know what? I'm kicking you out. Go on. We'll play with your ball in there. I mean, is the 8-ball even a break ball? I don't think it is. I mean, I guess it could be. I might be able to clip the corner. I think even... No, the 2-ball is definitely not a break ball. The 8-ball might be it. I don't think I got the angle I'm looking for. I didn't. Where's that 2-ball going to be at? All right, so I might be able to make the 2-ball over there and then drive the cue ball into the rack because the rack's not touching it. So that might be it. Can I get on the other? No, I can't. I can't get on the other side. I'm gonna bump into it. Oh man. There's really nowhere. No, I don't think there's any way for me to flare the cue ball around to come back for the 8, let alone get like somewhere over here. But I guess even for me to land right here to go over here, I can still send the cue ball into the rack. But I mean, golly, how am I going to get the cue ball right here and flare the cue ball while flaring the cue ball around the table? All right. Let's see. Let's see if I can avoid the bump because that's certainly what I'm going to try. I don't even know if that's really going to work. But hey, we got to rack 3. We got to rack 3. I can be happy for that. One rack at a time. Let's have a look and see what we got. Yeah, I'm gonna miss the rack entirely. What? I mean, I might as well try to flare the cue ball 3 rails back into the rack. That is a thing. Or not. Whoo! Okay. 18 attempts. Let me do 2 more. I'll take a break at 20. Eh. Why are you all the way down here? All right. Nuts. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right. Bye-bye break ball. Let's see if I can make another one. I was trying to turn that one into one. Well, maybe I can use the 4 ball now that I think about it. So let's try to construct our pattern around that. This is not the ball I'm supposed to be shooting at, but I don't want to bridge over the 4. Oh, I didn't cut it enough. Whew. So that should be 10. That 8 ball was supposed to be the ball I used to set up for the 4 ball. But since I soft rolled onto that last ball into the side pocket, cue ball rolled just a little too far than I would have wanted. I guess I can live with that. Oh golly, that was supposed to be a gimme shot. All right, so I think that puts me at 20 because that's a one. So yeah, let's go ahead and take a break on that. We're currently sitting at a 28. That's actually not bad. Here's what everything is looking like. I didn't get out of the first rack 17 times. Made it to the second rack twice, and then made it to the third rack once. So not bad, not bad. Uh, at least better than I would say at least better than last night, for sure. Because I think before I took my first break, I had like a bunch of attempts in because there were so many. Like I missed the opening break shot like multiple times, and it was just just setting up rack after rack after rack after rack. And at least this go around, it's taking a little bit longer for me to finish racks. So I think I'm okay with that. I think I'm okay with that. Let's see. What do we got going on in here? Let's go. Let's scroll up and see what's everybody been talking about. Okay, we see some example or at least some ideas on some shots. Always interesting to see. I like this comment. If the cue ball listens to you like your cat would, I would it would run 200. That was from Paul Natello. That's funny. So cool. Good to see that. Good to see that the cat is actually stealing the show. All right, so let's just scroll back down to the bottom and let's see what we have. Whew, let's see. 100% bow hunter. You're asking me how much did it cost to get your pool table set up? Man, this was I bought this table probably like 3 or 4 years ago. So I want to venture like it was somewhere around 6 to 7 thousand, I think for the 8 foot table. Let me look. Or better yet, I'm looking at the wrong. Let me look at Seaberts. I didn't buy it from Seaberts, but they at least have pricings on tables. Yeah, an 8 foot pro am table, at least from Seaberts, is basically $7,000. And I remember it being up there, and that was just for the table because the table didn't come with a set of balls. I had to buy a set of balls, but then of course setting up the garage for the table, like insulating the walls, insulating the garage door, installing a mini split. Like I've got some money invested in this garage just to have this pool table. I'm a ball short on the first game. Was a two, but I put a one. Is that true? I mean, I can let's have a look so you get to see. I should be able to fix this. So what should happen is I'm gonna delete this one. So that means this score here should change to a 16. Uh-oh. Did it not work? Oh, something's not working. Okay, cool. Well, then I guess I'm gonna have to fix that. This is interesting because I had this all working before I tested it all. Weird. I made sure I guess I'll have to check the code. I could have sworn I could have sworn I tested that. And it should be working correctly, but I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a simple code change. Let's see here. Paul Natello, you're playing for a number 47 plus, not an average, Chris. You need to bust that rack wide open to make it easier to get to the second rack. Well, the thing about that though is if you saw me last night, that's what I was trying to do. But the thing is that every time I try to forcefully bust that rack open, my aiming accuracy seems to go down and my cue ball control goes down. So that's why tonight I'm trying to be just a little bit on the softer side. And yeah, of course, the racks require me to do a little bit of work because I'll have that little bit of clutter towards the middle of the stack. But that clutter is manageable. I mean, even for my last couple of attempts. I mean, I had that 22, I had a 28. Um, so like I think I'm on a pretty good setup right now. And let's see, you say give yourself a bigger angle on the setup break and hit them. Get closer to the break shot on long rails. Yeah, those are things that I did last night, and they just didn't work out so well for me. So I'm just trying something. I'm just trying something different. Will I eventually get back to trying to just smash the rack open on the first rack? I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Kyle Kerr, next Chris builds an autonomous ball racking bot. I believe there's already a table out there that does that. I could have sworn I've seen something like that to where like a rack of balls comes out from the table and actually gets placed it comes out from under the table because of the way the ball return is rigged and actually places the rack onto the table and then goes back underneath the table. Something like that. Let's go ahead and hide this back. Oh, you want to see the garage? Yeah, I can do that. Let's switch to this so that way things are a little bit more visible. So I can do this. This is the cool thing about having web cameras. All right, so I mean nothing but your standard garage, right? So that's your standard two car garage door, and like I said, the garage door is insulated, and then every bit of the walls is insulated, including insulation up here in the ceiling. And then all the walls here are insulated as well. And then that right up there, that's my mini split. That's what I use to control the heat and the air. So it's a little warm in here, so that's why I have it turned on. It's set for 71 degrees. I don't really want it to be too cold in here. But yeah, like that's pretty much the long and short of it. So I have these gym mats. I finally decided to tape these down. I had to buy some matting tape because they were slowly but surely separating on me, and I'm not OCD, but like my OCD like behavior just does not like seeing that happen. So the only solution that I saw was to put the matting tape underneath the mats and then put them all back down. So that's all. Now I don't have to worry about it. And then here's my desk. You can see there's my laptop, and then I just have a bunch of junk over here. And there's my diamond ball cleaner. And then I have my Q lathe where I do my own Q repairs and stuff. I'm able to replace tips, clean shafts. I haven't tried turning down a shaft. I don't think I ever will. But I have replaced one ferrule. I don't think I did the greatest of jobs, but I at least got it to work. But yeah, this is the. I got some more stuff that I'm planning on hanging on the walls. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. Here you can see all my collections of APA patches that I've got, and I've got more just either sitting around on the table or sitting around somewhere in the house. A couple of autograph photos of like the goat, like this one here. You can't see the autograph because the ink of the marker is not very good. But I actually got this one autographed by him. I had this printed out from Walmart.com and took it to him when he was in Austin and got him to autograph it. Anybody know who the David Pearson, the Ginger Wizard? Does anybody know what he's famous for? Because I got to meet him in Las Vegas. There's my dartboard that I've never turned on. But yeah, this is basically the long and short of it. You can see my other. You should be able to see my web. Well, you should always be able to see my webcam from this camera here because that's the webcam that I use to face the pool table. But yeah, that's my garage. So like when it comes to that little ring light that you see there, if I switch back to this, the ring light does some work. I wish it was a little bit lighter because if I stand in front of the camera now, I mean you can see me, but it's pretty dark, right? But when I turn the ring light on, then you could see me a little bit better. Now, I used to actually have really big studio lights, the one that I would put over here and one that I would put over here, and they would kind of blast up into the ceiling into the webcam, so I'd be like really lit up. Like if you look at a bunch of my old cameras, you can actually, or not old cameras, old videos, you can see how lit up I am during some of the introductions, and that's when I was using those studio lights. And then I eventually got this ring light because the studio lights are big, right? So I don't really want to like crowd my area or crowd this area so much, especially with so much lighting, because it gets hot in here when I have so much lighting. Even with the mini split turned on, it still gets really hot in here. I start sweating and everything else, and it makes for a bad time, especially if I'm trying to record like some YouTube content. What, John F. Please don't take this the wrong way, Chris. I love your channel, etc. But sometimes I cheat for you to miss, or you cheer for me to miss. I find it funny to hear what you're going to say, but you hope I break the 50 in 2023. Why? Because I say it like golly or gee whiz, or because I try to keep my language at a PG-13 rating. We talked about this. I talked about this last night when someone said I should add a golly counter to my program because I'm trying to be a little bit more professional when I live stream, when I can obviously be a little bit more colorful. I don't know if there's any kids watching my stream or anything, and I don't, this is me, playing the positive role model, blah blah blah. Trying to be as professional as I can be. Let's see. Yeah, see, even Eves remembers. He was the one that was talking about with the golly counter. Craig, I would already be at 100 if I was using a J flower cue. That's too funny. That's too funny. I do have a couple more to review, but I need that Predator BK Rush jump break cue to get out of my possession. So there's a pinned comment that in the live chat that has a link to that product review video. So I need that product review video to hit 25,000 views, so that way I can give it away. And then later on in the future, do some more reviews. And I'm gonna again make the statement that not all reviews, not all of them, will be giveaways. Most of them will, but not all of them. Because I have my cues that I currently want to use. I currently do not feel like switching, but there's always possibilities that I will switch. That's how I ended up with the cues that I got now. Nice smooth break. All right. Well, that was probably not the smartest of decisions. Crap. I'm going to call the 7 ball. It's probably the wrong hit if I do that. I think I have to. Slight little masse. Oh, come on. Come on. Oh my gosh, I just didn't hit it hard enough. All right. Poor cue ball. Poor decision to go for a breakout, really. I don't think it was necessary for me to go for the breakout. All right. One break I haven't done in a while is this one. So let's see. And this one was like not really working for me last night. Like at all. All right, so that's not bad. Let's see. I want to deal with those down there as soon as possible, but don't want to have to bridge over a ball to do that. Oh, golly. Yeah, there you go. There's my golly counter when I clearly want to be a little bit more colorful. WTF? All right, so that was actually a decent break. Try it again. Trying to make sure that the hit off of the tangent line here sends my cue ball right into those two balls at the head. Where last night I did notice, even when I watched the replay, that as I was scooting the ball back, it would end up over here, which causes me to go here and then scratch into the side pocket. So that's where I wasn't being mindful enough of where I placed the break ball. All right, so I just need to maintain good cue ball execution. Let's see, does that ball go? It does, but that's iffy. Let's get the 7 out of the way first before I even contemplate that ball. The thing about that is if I'm not getting decent positions on the next ball that I'm actually targeting after, then I just have no excuse. So like that ball that I just missed, that wasn't the ball I was trying to get positioned for. But it was the ball that I chose as a backup shot, considering the position that I did get, because I do want to try to avoid uh, bumping into balls, especially if I get the break that I got there. So the ball that I wanted to shoot, I knew I was going to bump into a couple of balls. So that's the only reason why I chose otherwise. Like I said, that's usually the reason why I don't want to hit the brake so hard. There's no reason for me to miss that. And those that know me well enough know that I really just don't like to shoot hard at all. I know there's times where I have to, and I've done it a couple of times tonight on a couple of big stroke shots that I had to pull out for like stop shots or uh, long distance shots. Ooh, I hit that flat. Wow. I think that's the first time I've ever done that and have the cue ball come straight back like that. Y'all can't hear it, but I can. I can hear my cat meowing because he wants back in here. All right, if you behave yourself, you can stay in here. Oh, Jesus. You, are you done? Scared the living daylights out of me. Well, I really don't want to be that close to the 9 ball. So I think that'll work. It's a bit thinner than I would have liked. I think the cue ball needs to be about like right there. But I didn't want to be so close to the 9 ball. It's the only reason why I shot it the way that I did. But let's see when I get over there. I think I can make this work. Yeah, I think I'm gonna clip the 2 ball. so much so much side spin. I didn't think I put that much. Well, so much for that. Decent break. A shot that I could have made. About medium difficulty to make sure that I at least hold the cue ball as well. Oh well. All right, because one of the shots that I was trying to do last night was something along the lines of this. I'd much rather not have my cue ball down here. This is an iffy shot. 1 millimeter wrong, and I'm hitting the rail, or I'm hitting the 7 ball. I still hit the rail, and it went in. Come on, Chris. Yeah, way too much. Granted, I was supposed to have a back cut angle, just not that much of a back cut angle. So I could try that break again, though. That wasn't a bad break. That was the break that I was missing the most often. Well, that's not bad, all things considered. That wasn't quite what I had in mind. Get back out here. There we go. Whew. All right. Like I said, I'm at least enjoying the consistency that I'm starting to produce. Just hopefully can keep that up. And this is always the part that kills everything. Is just making sure that I make the ball and break the rock at the same time. Of course, it's always helpful when you make multiple balls at once. How do you do that? Like, did I seriously do that? That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. God, I cannot believe I stuck myself perfectly behind that 8 ball. Let's see, how many attempts am I on? 25? Okay, let's do 5 more. We'll take another break. Yeah, so I mean that's the interesting part was last night I had over like 80 some odd attempts, and it took me 4 hours to go through those 80 some odd attempts. But a lot of those attempts were just missing opening break shots, and so I'm not doing that tonight. So I'm not doing it as much as I was last night. So I'll take that as a good improvement. Here we go. Like that's what I would like to do on a decent break. Hmm. Just not sure what to do. That didn't react anyway the way I thought it was going to. I'll call the 1 ball right here. Shouldn't even have to do that. I'm actually trying to preserve that 5 ball. Let's call the 12. All right, that didn't stun anywhere like I wanted to. Okay. Ah, didn't even put the cue ball where I wanted for the next shot. What is that? That's an 11. Well, the cat's running around playing with his ball again. You having fun? Get out of that corner. I told you that before. Yeah. I didn't think I hit it that hard. That's all right, though. Hopefully that 11 ball is going to serve its purpose. I don't think I can do it with the 2 ball. I do it with the 11. Oh yeah, that wasn't distracting at all. What is that? 6, 8. So that's a 7. All right, 3 more attempts. Then I'm gonna take another break. Whoops. Ooh, that time I went right through the rack. A little too soft. A little too soft. All right, screw it. The idea was to use the 8 ball in the side pocket and kind of cut it into the cut into the ball so that way the cue ball goes towards the rack. So instead, I'm going to use the 11 ball on the side rail. Of course, I didn't want my angle to be this full. I wanted a flatter angle so that way I could have more momentum on the cue ball as it comes off the rack. And even if I would have made it, like I don't know, maybe I should have chosen the 8 ball instead because I had to power draw that stripe off of that, get underneath the 8 ball in order to have the cut angle I think I needed in order to be able to make the 8 ball in the side pocket and break out the rack. I barely even clipped the rack. Go on. Get away from the cues. Ugh. Oh, wow. Okay. All right, one more attempt, and then we're gonna take a break and see who's been roasting me in the chats. Now, really, of all the places you're gonna end up, you end up there. Fortunately, I have a shot. Oh, all right. That's definitely a good sign that I need to take a break. All right, give me just a second. I will be right back. All right. So hopefully the cat kept you entertained for that brief moment. No, is that right, Trevor? That my bladder deserves deserves an MVP for as long as I play without taking a bathroom break. I need to eventually come up with like I think I have one. I have one in my office actually where like it's a be right back type of screen. I need to transfer it over to this one. All right, let's see here. What do we got going on? Oh yeah, I would get pretty tendered if I get roasted. Yeah. So Trevor Simpson, Jason Shaw, 7:14. That it was. I think they said it was just under 3 hours, but it was somewhere around 2 hours and 30 some odd minutes or 2 hours and 40 some odd minutes. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, and I heard that also. Or who said this? Yeah, Trevor. I also heard that like Joshua Filler consistently puts up 200s when he practices. I wish I could at least consistently put up like some 20s or something when I practice. Like that would at least be a good milestone for me. Andrew S956, you're asking what happens when I have to reset the rack after I make the 14th ball and the cue ball's in the rack. I get cue ball in hand in the kitchen, and if the object ball, if the 15th ball is in the rack, then the 15th ball will get spotted to the head spot, and then I need to reread the rule again. If the cue ball and the object ball are in the rack, I thought I read something to where the the 15th ball will get re-racked in the rack and then the cue ball will be in the kitchen. And then I also heard something like if the object ball is in the rack and the cue ball is on the head spot or near the head spot and that's where the 15th ball should go, then the 15th ball will go onto the center spot. Like there's all these different scenarios as to what is supposed to happen when the current rack is over. Swole time, you're asking what's the tip that's on my playing queue? It's a Predator Victory Soft. That's what comes on the Revos by default, unless you specify something different. Hey, Eric Lyons, he's another software developer, buddy of mine. I have not got my pockets shimmed yet. I'm actually starting to dread getting my pockets shimmed for this series here. If I play 9 ball or 10 ball, I don't think I'm all that worried about them getting shimmed, but I still haven't gotten a hold of my buddy that does all the tables here locally for all the businesses for him to come over during the weekend and get this done because I'm going to film that being done as well. Stephen Williams, you're asking me what was the one aha moment or skill that brought your game to the next level? That's a tough one. That's really a tough one because there's a lot of different factors that come into play. Um, but I would considering like the best one I can probably explain is when like before I went to Minnesota to train with Demetrius. Um, the way I would play certain routes going from one ball to the next and stuff was with my limited knowledge of spinning the cue ball appropriately. I mean, I obviously knew how to spin the cue ball and stuff, but when I went to go train with Demetrius in Minnesota, he showed me like multiple rail shots, like using inside spin a lot, depending upon certain shots to be able to get position on a ball. And at the time, I just actually wasn't aware of. trying to maneuver the cue ball that way because of how much movement there was in the cue ball to do stuff like that, like high inside two railers, high inside three railers, and stuff. I would actually try to do like draw off of one rail to be able to get position. Let me try to illustrate what I'm talking about. So it doesn't really, what I'm talking about right now doesn't really apply to straight pool because you do kind of want to minimize your cue ball movement. But like if I were to shoot this ball, just get all this out of the way. If I were to shoot this ball, before I went to Minnesota, I would try to get positioned like this. Right, and that would be a good shot. I got position on the ball. Now I might not set this up exactly the way it was before, um, and I can hit that shot with a fair degree of accuracy. But it does require me to actually put a good stroke on the cue ball. I gotta whip it with some bottom spin and stuff. But then after training with Demetrius, I get more introduced to moving the cue ball like this, which is a little bit more natural because the cue ball is rolling. I hope I at least make this. Now I can hit that a little bit harder, but like that is more. And I'm not as close. Like I drew the ball all the way over here, but I still have a shot, right? So it's really going to depend on like what's the next shot that I have after that. So if I try to hit this shot a little bit harder, will I scratch? But shooting it like that, and it's going to be completely scenario based. As well, like what if that path is blocked? Maybe doing the draw shot is the only path I have available. Um, but considering how much softer I can actually hit this shot and just spin the cue ball where I need it to be, I risk scratching. But I hope y'all are understanding the point that I'm making. Like it takes less effort for me to do this than it does for me to try to draw one rail, possibly two rails, if I zigzag my way up. That was one of the biggest things that I had learned when I was at Demetrius's boot camp. When I apply that to like my rotation games, like 9 ball and 10 ball. Stuff like that very rarely should ever come up in a game of straight pool, though, because in straight pool you do want to kind of minimize your cue ball movements because there's going to be a lot of tight movements that you have to do, especially when you have like the small group of balls and you got to weave in between all of them because you don't really want to bump them to where they go into clutters. But that was one of the biggest ones for me, and it increased my running percentages that I was able to do. Like I was able to run out, shooting the way that I was before. But now I'm doing it more because I can get position more consistently with those routes when those routes are available. Because again, you still have to pick. Knowing that both routes are available, or there's possibly another route, I'd have to sit there and experiment with it. It's just good to have different ways to shoot the shots and stuff. And so I was never really fond of using inside spin on a variety of shots. The only time I really ever wanted to use inside spin is usually when the object ball is like frozen to a rail and I got to spin into it. Like that's when I was most comfortable. But to actually spin the cue ball off of the object ball and then off of the rail when the object ball is not on the rail just wasn't really in my comfort zone. And once I got out of that comfort zone, then like I said, my rotation games improved dramatically. So I hope that makes sense. Let's see here. Paul Chamberlain, what do you mean by again goes up table when he didn't need to? If you're referring to the shot that I was basically demonstrating. Tim Hogan. The second I leave, the cat is in the corner by the cues. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But now he's just laying there comfortably. Mm. Yeah. So Steve Williams, I hope I answered your question because like that's been the most recent. Even though recent was like I was in Minnesota almost 2 years ago when I trained with Demetrius. But then a lot of it usually just has to deal with the more I practice, I actually am very, or I try to be very, very, very aware of what happens on the table. So I'll try to give you an example of what I'm talking about because this isn't even straight pool related. Like so when I was playing the 9 ball ghost, so I was doing a Bang Time Pools virtual tournament, and I'm just gonna rack 9 balls. I don't care what they are. So like this is the kind of thing that I'm expecting to hopefully happen with my straight pool game. That like the more that I play it. So I've got a video on this, and as long as this rack is good, and then I hit the rack the way I want to, since I'm playing more straight pool. I mean, I can almost predict where all 9 balls are going to go. So I will tell you that the 1 ball is going to try to come past the side pocket and set itself up right around here for this corner pocket. The 5 ball is going to bank off of the side rail, come over here. The 9 ball is going to kind of dribble its way out. The 2 ball is my left wing ball, so that's obviously going to fall. The 15 ball in the middle really shouldn't go anywhere. This 11 ball is going to go 3 rails around, and when it gets right around here, it'll probably clip into the 13 ball. And if it does clip into the 13 ball, that's going to send it off this rail and down towards this corner pocket. The 13 ball is going to come up table like this and then come over here where it possibly collides with the 11 ball. And if it gets clipped by that 11 ball, then it comes off this rail and starts heading over here. The 10 ball does the same thing, comes off this rail and lands over here. So the 13 and the 10 possibly could get tied up. And then the 4 ball is going to bank off of this rail and head down here towards this corner pocket. That's provided, of course, that I get the right hit with the right amount of power. Like there's all kinds of different variables. But when I practice this enough, I can actually produce all of it. Look where the 5 ball's at. The 4 ball got collided with another ball, and the 1 ball is down here. So let's see if I can do it again and try to get a little bit more accurate. And so usually what's happening is I'm trying to play position on that 1 ball. So it doesn't matter what these 9 balls are. I'm just trying to illustrate where they go out of the rack. And at least on my 8-foot table, I can satisfy the 3-point rule because usually I'll make a ball on the break and then I'll get 3 balls to be down here. So like this is how much studying I put into this template rack in the game of 9 ball. There we go. So if you're watching the paths, like this is unfortunate that it tied up. But if you're watching the paths of the ball, like they're going pretty much where I said they're going to go. Now I have to make sure that I tweak the right amount of power, blah blah blah, and then I can get the perfect layout that I would end up breaking and running with. Doesn't happen all the time because that's called being human. Let's see if I can do it again. So 1 ball here, then here. 5 ball banks. 14 ball hopefully dribbles out and doesn't get hit by the 2 ball. 12 ball goes in. 11 ball 3 rails around, possibly collides with the 9 that goes up and over here. The 9 gets clipped and gets moved over here. 4 ball up to the rail and back out over here. 2 ball banks down here. as long as it avoids the 14 ball. All right, and actually ran into the cue ball. But I mean, look where every ball's at. I mean, like you know, unless I'm mistaken, they're pretty much going in the direction that I was talking about. And so, like, that's how much studying I put into my own game whenever I'm practicing. What are you doing, Cat? Go on, stop playing with my mats. So with me playing straight pool, I'm basically trying to do the same thing. Where like I'm studying the break ball. I'm studying the way the ball spread off of the rack and stuff. And then after that, I just have to make sure that I control my cue ball execution, because at least in rotation, I already know where the routes that I'm going to take, and I can use multiple rails to get there. Whereas in straight pool, even though I have the ability to shoot at whatever ball that I want, sometimes my cue ball movement just has to be a whole lot tighter. I have to, I don't want to use multiple rails to get position on the next shots, and so on and so forth. But that's what I learned over time, and that's why I do this stuff. And of course, over time, it gets better and better, because that's how I was able to discover like how predictable that 9-ball rack can actually be using a magic rack. So of course, if you don't use the magic rack and there's some accidental gaps in the rack, you get a completely different result. So you won't be able to predict what can actually happen. The only thing that's really predictable without a magic rack is the head ball. So you'd be trying to make the 1 ball into the side pocket. So like those are the other types of aha moments. Like when I'm sitting there practicing, when I after doing something so many times, I finally start to key in on like something that stands out so much to where like, wait a minute, I can consistently produce that, and then that's almost like having an up in my game. All right, so enough of the 9-ball 9-ball demonstration. Let's get back to straight pull. This is a straight pull stream, not a 9-ball stream. So that's why, at least when I'm practicing, I try to practice with different break balls, so that way when I'm building the patterns and stuff, I try to look and see like, well, what pattern can I build that's going to give me this break ball or this break ball, and how am I supposed to hit it? Where do I want to try to leave the cue ball, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, come on. And see that I guess whenever I try to really blast the rack open, like that's always what I'm afraid of, is just sitting there, and my aiming accuracy probably goes down a little bit. I don't know if I accidentally twitch at the last second to where I might have accidentally threw some unintentional side spin on the ball. So I try to break a little bit more smoother. But when I break smoother like that, then I'm left with a mess that I have to clean up. Ugh, that was weird. Like, of all the places that cue ball could have ended up, it puts me in a position where I actually don't have a shot. Oh, Yeah, so I could probably assert that if I was doing playing the 9 ball ghost or playing the 10 ball ghost, like the stream would be a little bit more, or would be a little different. I'd be pocketing balls more consistently, mainly because like my game plan is my game plan slash route um is almost predetermined for me because I know what order I have to shoot all the balls in. Here, I have to practice like how many balls do I really want to look ahead, just to see like am I going to get to the break ball, or do I just do the typical play 3 balls ahead, and then after I make the first shot, just keep adding the next ball over and over again. So like it's a little bit different. Same thing with 8 ball. 8 ball is a lot of pre-planning, but it's predetermined because of solids or stripes. This is just a tad bit different. Whoops, I'm gonna scratch. And so, of course, if you don't really have the knowledge of how you're supposed to, if you don't have the information or the knowledge of how to hit the break ball, then or let alone choose the correct pattern to get to the break ball, then that's what makes this game such a struggle, or at least for me it does. Because a lot of times I'll like if I identify a break ball almost immediately, and then I try to construct a pattern around it, and then I'm also like I've done it a couple times during this stream where I will restrict um, my pattern so badly that I get so out of line, and you'll hear me say, "Well, I'm trying to preserve this ball," and sometimes I preserve it, and sometimes I don't. And that's to me, that's what makes this game a little bit more difficult than rotation games, at least to put up a decent score. Wow. Okay. And what I can say is like I don't necessarily want to be like blasting a rack open because then so to speak that I if I end up getting a good spread or whatever, then to me that just seems like I got lucky. And everything I'm trying to do on the table is meant to be skillful, not lucky. Don't get me wrong, I know luck's don't get me wrong, I know luck is a part of the game. But that's typically the standard that I try to play with. And there's the old saying that you'd rather be lucky than good. Well, I'd rather be the other way around. I'd rather be good than lucky. And I don't even describe myself as a good player. She would have bounced off the rail just a little bit more. Oh, and I got flat on the ball. Too much spin. All right. I had too much spin to get that position. Let's see what I ended up with though when I get over there. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm on the wrong side of the shot line. Okay. Oh, like that one I didn't mind trying to blast the rack open and then get position on something. So whatever. Let's see. Was no, that was 15. That was 15. So, like that would have been a. I have to look. I don't even remember if I overcut or if I overcut or undercut that ball. Yeah, I think I overcut it. I thought I hit the side rail if I remember correctly. Interesting. Whatever. Didn't really get rewarded for that. Oh man. And that's the other thing too, like choosing when to try to open up a clutter of balls um, is another critical thing. Like you don't want to just arbitrarily break balls open just to break balls open because they might not even like if you have balls that are out in the open that can be made, and if you try to break up the clutter instead of pocketing some of those balls, not all of them, then let's say you open up the rack, but then when the rack is opening up, the balls clutter back up with the balls that are open, so you end up losing shots. But then you're supposed to find this balance between, okay, let's peck off some of the balls that we can, so that way when we do go into the clutter, there's still some left as insurance balls in case something goes wrong. And those are all the different things that I've been trying to learn about the game. Sometimes it's just super tempting to be able to break out a ball because I'm sitting there thinking like, well, or break out a clutter because I'm thinking like, well, if I break out the clutter, I'm gonna have another shot, and that doesn't always happen. But then sometimes it's just too tempting to go for. Like this right here. If I shoot the 13 and go into the clutter, will I even have a shot? I'm gonna go ahead and try it. And I have a decent shot, right? This combination. And and I missed the combination because I tried to feather the ball in. Right. So at the end of the day, what a lot of it also still boils down to is just being able to make balls. All right. I haven't done this one in a while. Let's give this a try again. Whoops. Am I gonna get out in the open at least? Not really. All right, well, the combo got a little bit easier. And see, like I do that, and it doesn't look like I got rewarded. Like, and I felt like I hit that pretty hard, and I didn't really get rewarded. That's the joy of this game. Try the 9 in the side. All right, so it looks like the 12 ball might be the ball. Well, I didn't want to do that. Does that mean my cue ball's in the rack? Oh, for crying out loud. I certainly didn't want to do that. I was trying to get on this side so I can shoot the 12 into this corner here and then be able to break out the rack. So my cue ball's in the rack and the 15th ball is not in the rack. So therefore, I get ball in hand in the kitchen. So the only thing I could try to do here is I'm going to make sure that, or try to make sure that I give myself a good rack. Because I'm going to go for the second ball break to where I can hopefully pocket a corner ball. Because I obviously can't make the 12 ball now. So I'm going to try to call the 8 ball in the corner pocket by doing an 8 ball break or second ball break. And I missed. So doing stuff like that, I can live with. Getting to the 15th rack and just not having like a decent break angle or whatever, because at least I ended the rack. Oh, way overspun that ball. Trying to hold position for the 7. That's 6. That's 9. Yeah, these spam bots they're on the loose tonight. And they're smart too, because it's not like I can ban what they're typing. Because I can do that. Like I can create a list of blocked words, but those bots are smart to where they change, the capitalization of a certain letter in a different location. So I'd have to put in every iteration. I mean, it's something I can obviously do, but I have to put in every iteration of how they're spelling whatever the heck there is that they're spelling in order to prevent them from being able to put stuff in my chat. So it's certainly a thing I can do. I just haven't bothered looking more into it yet. All right, whatever. Not supposed to be behind the rack. Right? That's what I meant by like how tempting it is to just go into the clutter and then hopefully still be rewarded. And at least in this case, I was. All right. The only reason why I'm going for this 8 ball is to try to break open those 3 stripes over there. The 14 ball is a little bit easier. Oh, man, trying to preserve that 6, and I mean, hit the outside of the pocket. Six ball was a shot that I could have made, but that's what I meant by if I tried to preserve a pattern in order to save a certain break ball, then I obviously still got to be able to make the shot. Like there's no excuse for missing, especially shots that I think that are makeable. Holy cow, like my program has a couple of more bugs in it. My program thinks I've done over 1,000 racks. And I'm pretty sure I know what the bug is on that one. That's another one-liner code fix. Interesting. All right. This is always the best part is when you don't have a shot. Get a decent break, but you don't end up with a shot. Yeah. Probably should have just went for the combo. All right, let's try our side pocket break. We haven't done that one in a bit. I can tell you the first thing I'm going to be doing when I end this stream is fix my program. Can't believe I didn't catch these bugs that are currently in it. But I just recently made quite a few updates to where I was cleaning up the code. If you're hearing me talk about doing all my nerd talk in my last live stream, and I guess while I was doing all that code cleanup, I introduced some bugs. Ooh, that was dangerous. That's one of those ones where I felt like I just completely overthought it instead of just shooting it. All right, so that ball doesn't count. So that would be the third. So that's a 12. So usually, or hopefully by now, sometimes when you're watching the patterns that I do pick, whether they're good or not, um, you should be able to see what the break ball is that I'm trying to preserve for the next rack. You know, whether the pattern I'm choosing is good or not, that's another story. So let's try this one again. Jeez, I actually did not mean to draw the ball that much, but I'll take it. Slow down. All right. Whew.
And see, personally, I want to put on a good show slash good performance, but all that dead silence bothers me. It obviously doesn't bother me when I'm practicing, right? Because there's nobody watching but me. But I'm putting on a live stream, right? So just to have all that silence just bothers me. Oh, really? Did I just miss that? Golly. I did all that just for that. Because then I have to ask myself, should I just not have said anything? Should I have just kept on going and just kept my mouth shut? But I mean what I say. Like the silence bothers me. The sound of silence. Hmm. Of course, I gotta ruin my break ball.
I think I could still use it. Oh, I don't know if I could use it now. I think I got out too thin on the 12. But I wasn't supposed to bump the 12 either. Let's have a look. Do I have to go over to the side rail and hit the... Yeah, I do. All right. Wow. That would have been nice if it had just rolled a little bit farther. Just a little bit farther. Because you're not even far enough to where I can bend the points of the pocket for you to go in. Woo! And then of all the ones that I missed, I overcut that one. Man. That's the one that's the one I end up overcutting. Is that 19? Where am I at? Ooh, I'm almost at midnight. Jeez. All right, how many attempts have I done? 44 attempts. All right, I think I'll just do a couple of more. I didn't realize this is what happens to me like when I get like zoned into things to where like time just passes by without me even really realizing it. That's awkward. There's like a I don't know what this is. I don't know if it's a crack or what. But basically, there's a small little slit where the one of the lines for the stripe is that I can actually catch my fingernail in. That's weird. Oh, so like that right there, I probably not paying attention to where I placed the 9 ball down onto the table. Not realizing that I probably pushed it forward for me to get that type of a result. I don't know if I can. Let's see. You probably can't see it, but do you see how my fingernail's getting caught right there? Whatever that is. I don't know what that is. That's weird. I just now noticed it. I have a feeling it's probably been there since I got these. Oh my goodness. There we go. At least I got a gimme 5 ball. So when I look at these, I want to maybe use my 3 ball if I can, but I'm not really at a decent angle to do that with. That didn't come off the rail as much as I would have liked. I was trying to get position for the 10 ball. See, that's that inside 3 railer I was talking about earlier. That really almost didn't give me a reward. But I'm losing my ability to be able to break these out at the rate that this is going. Sorry, cat. Get out of the way. Ah. That is super difficult to do, but occasionally I can pull it off. And again, it's the same thing I had before, where like I think the two ball's too high, and I've got too much of a cut angle. I don't want the cut angle to be that much, because then I think I'm gonna have to go to the side rail and hit the rack. Yeah, like I have to go to the side rail and hit the rack. Especially if oh my goodness, and I'm overcutting the ball. I keep hearing I keep seeing the Jayson Shaw stuff. Like the 714 took less than 3 hours. Like on the set where he did the 714, that took less than 3 hours for him to do. It was roughly 2 hours and like 40 some odd minutes to be exact. And I think the supposed story was that after he made his attempts, where he was doing like multiple 400 runs and stuff, like he was supposed to be done. Like I think he was on the way to Derby City, or to get ready for Derby City, but he decided to turn his car around and give it one more go. And so when he went back there, he put up a couple of runs, a couple of high runs, and I think the run before his 714 was only like it was less than 200, I think. And then all of a sudden he just erupted with that 714. I was getting up and getting ready to go to work, just because I work from home, and I turn on Facebook and I just see this live feed of him running, and I don't remember what rack he was on, but it was before John Schmidt's record, and I got to watch him beat John Smith's record, and then just kept on going, like just effortlessly kept on going. Like it was so amazing to watch it live. Oh, are you serious? Wow. All right. Wasn't really expecting that. I thought I would run into them. Too hard, too soft, too hard, too soft. Oh, come on. Man. 11 ball. Ah, almost. Golly. What is that? 12? All right. I see I'm on attempt 47, so I'm going to do 3 more, and then I'll call it a night. But I can say that even though I'm not getting out of the first rack as often as I would like, I'm at least not dying to the first break ball. That was just outright killing me last night. Bunch of zeros to where I wouldn't make the break ball. Whatever. Doesn't matter how it gets there, as long as it's my called pocket. Yeah, I hit that a little too much on the soft side. That's an ideal. I mean, I don't think my last couple of shots were ideal, but having that kind of a setup, like having that kind of position on the lead ball to get to the break ball, like I did, is ideal. The pattern probably wasn't the greatest, especially when I had to flare my cue ball around the table just to be able to do that. But made it work. And I scratched. Man. All right. What is that? 6, 6. So a 20. I got what? 2 more left. Two more attempts left in me. Let's try something different. Whoops. Well, That clearly didn't go as planned. And I hit that too flat. That's only a 3. All right, final attempt, folks. And I'm gonna call it a night and go fix my program. Let's see, what break should I do? do, 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 do. Hmm. Okay. This is probably not the way I want to shoot this, so I think I'll wait. I think I'm okay to try this. Oh, golly. All right. At least set up a combo. Let's go ahead and get position for it. Trying to steal the show again? Oh, look at this. Here it comes. Get over here for the 5. Yep, that's what I wanted. Because, all right, so that's an 11. Let's say that's gone. All right, there's that. And then let's see what I would have done, because that was the intended pattern. I just can't believe I missed that ball. Let's see. Okay, this looks like a drawing shot. Yeah. So had I not missed that 12th ball, I think that would have changed everything. Whew. Oh man. Okay, well, this is gonna be funny when I show the stats. Look how many racks I supposedly played. 1,642. That is not correct. I'm pretty sure I know what math mistake I made when I was changing up the code to be able to hopefully track things a little bit better. So I have no idea how many racks I actually played, but I did make a total of 374 balls, averaging only 7 balls an attempt. Ugh, not so much, uh, not so much of an average that I was actually looking for. Uh-oh, we got somebody. We have somebody in here not being nice. Oh, just all right. So I mean, somebody's just appreciative of what Willie Mosconi did. I mean, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. You can be a little bit nicer to everybody else in the chat, though, for sure. I mean, times have moved on. This Willie Mosconi was a legend, or not? What is a legend? And he was magnificent in his times, right? But these are new times, so you certainly don't forget about the players of the past and stuff. But that doesn't. I wouldn't necessarily say that the players of the past overshadow the players of the present or the players of the future. You appreciate the things that everybody did in the past. And then I also see some talks about talking about the playing conditions, about how the playing conditions are so much easier, especially like with Jason Shaw, because I think he had like 5-inch pockets, or a little bit bigger than 5-inch pockets, and he was still using. He didn't have necessarily a template rack, but they had reinforcement labels perfectly placed for basically a template rack. Um, but to sit there and try to criticize about how easy it is to play under those conditions, if you can actually assert that kind of a statement, show us yourself how easy it actually is, rather than just saying it. That would be my challenge to you. It's the same. It's the same argument that I see when people used to watch me break and run 9-ball racks using the magic rack, and they would basically say, like, use a regular rack, and I bet you couldn't do it as much as you can do it with the magic rack, because the magic rack is so much easier to do it. And it's like, yeah, I will agree with you that the magic rack is easier, but to try to prove your point with such rudeness like that, all I can say is, if it's that much easier, show it to me yourself. about how easy it is to actually do whatever it is that you're claiming to be easy, right? 714 balls. You know how many different times Jayson had to go into the stack and still have a shot to score 714 times or 714 points? The the pocket size is irrelevant under that type of condition. Anytime that cue ball goes into the stack, something could go wrong. He could be tied up into the stack or whatever. He just happened to not do that, and then he kept on clearing the table after that. So I mean, like, what more could you possibly ask for? That's what I don't get. Anytime I hear these arguments about, oh, it's so much easier to do this, oh, it's so much easier to do that, but yet you won't take your smartphone, go to your local pool hall if you don't own a pool table, and just show everybody how easy it is, because it's not. It takes, like, imagine how long and how many hours a day Jayson puts in, or anybody puts in, to be as decent or as good as they are. But no matter how decent or no matter how good someone is, there's always somebody out there that just wants to sit there and take whatever achievement that they do and just tear it down because it wasn't as good as somebody else's, or somebody else did it better, or blah, 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 blah. Right? You can appreciate everything that everybody did in the past, but that doesn't mean you have to disrespect anything that happens in the present, especially if it's done under slightly different conditions or whatever else, because it still takes a certain amount of talent, a certain amount of skill, just to be able to do whatever the heck it was that they did. And if you're just going to sit there and say how easy it was, well, for heaven's sakes, show us how easy it is. If you're not going to do that, if you're just going to sit behind your keyboard and tell everybody in the world how easy it is and not show us, then don't bother telling us. Like, it's a waste of bytes traveling over the internet just to broadcast to everybody something that you can't even back up, right? So like, even for someone of my caliber, which, like, I've said before, that I don't even claim myself to be a good player. I consider myself at least to be a decent player. I know what I know and I could do what I could do, but then when you watch me struggle like this, it's very easy to go, well, look how bad he's playing, and blah blah blah, and then just be able and then just be able to hold on to that. But if I start doing something else, or if I start playing well, what happens to all the previous statements? Like, come on, like, be more reasonable. Be more reasonable. Doesn't make any sense. I don't understand what all that's for. Jeffrey K, you're asking me if this is my code? Yes, I mean, this is code that I wrote. So I had the program working perfectly last night, but then today I decided to do a whole lot of code cleanups and a whole lot of code refactoring, and I obviously introduced some bugs when I do that. And based on what's happening, I'm pretty sure I already know where the bugs and the codes are, and I know exactly how to fix them. So that's not gonna be an issue. Trevor, you're asking if there are specific drills or skills that you work on regularly. Um, it's not very often that I'll actually, like, drill certain things, and I know that I should. So the way I would describe, like, what you should be doing for drills, like, if I come in here and I play the ghost, for example, and I'm just sitting there breaking and trying to run out and stuff, like, that's not drilling. That's practicing. Even if I were to, break and not take ball in hand, right? I consider that to be practice. I don't consider that to be a drill. I also don't consider a drill being where, like, if you were to set up like the balls in a line, and try to shoot them into, like, one specific pocket, or half of them go in this pocket and half of them go in that pocket. I don't necessarily consider that to be a drill, unless you're able to shoot
every shot roughly the same exact way. Because to me, that's what I define drilling as. So if you're going to work on your bank shots, for example, you're just gonna take cue ball in hand, set up a bank shot at a certain angle, and then be able to bank the ball in. And then if you want to drill to the next level, then you're gonna try to bank the ball in, and then get position on the next ball to bank that ball in, get position on the next ball to bank that ball in. If you're going to work on your high inside two railer, three railer positions, then you're going to set the balls up a certain way, like along the diamond, so that way you can continuously shoot high inside three railers. But if you're going to take just a set of balls and set them up in a specific pattern and see if you can run them out, well, then chances are you're not going to be shooting every shot the same exact way, right? It's good practice to be able to solve those certain patterns, or and make all the balls, but it's just something I don't really consider drilling. I consider it more of a challenge slash practicing. So if you want to drill yourself, you basically should be taking some sort of skill that's part of the game, whether it's the draw shot, the follow shot, the force follow shot, the jump shot, the bank shot, the combo shot, the carom, the break, or whatever, and take that single skill and do that over and over and over and over. Set up certain patterns and conditions where you have to do that over and over and over and over. You're weak at doing one rail kick shots, so set up your one rail kick shots and do those over and over again. You're weak at doing two rail kick shots, set those up over and over again, and just keep on doing it. That's pretty much what I would consider drill. So, are there really any specific ones? Well, kind of, sort of. Every drill that relates to every single skill that's in the game, which really you can almost design your own, right? If you're going to work on your cut shots, what kind of cut shots do you want to work on? A 15-degree cut shot? Do you want to work on a 30-degree cut shot, or super thin cut shot? Like, those are the ways that I would really work on doing those, if that makes sense. Kyle Kerr, you're saying wouldn't drills also get your muscle memory to train your shooting? I can say in a sense, yes, but think about it's really going to depend on the skill that you're working on, especially if it's a complex skill. Because think about, like, how often are you going to shoot a two rail kick shot, right? You would hopefully not be shooting two rail kick shots because you put yourself in a situation that you're going to shoot a two rail kick shot. You're shooting two rail kick shots because your opponent puts you in a safety position to where you have to do a two rail kick shot, right? So if any of the skills that you try to improve upon, you really want to be able to work on core skills that allow you to be able to run the table, right? And then you work on those secondary skills that help you, like, get out of trouble spots or whatever, and then be able to hopefully reclaim the table, right? Because if you're a person that can break and run tables, or when you actually get to the table because your opponent doesn't run the table and you're able to run the table, well, practicing your two rail kick shots isn't really going to build you any muscle memory, because again, how often are you going to be able to execute something like that? So, like, the muscle memory eventually fades away. Now, if you were to drill your core shots, your common 30-degree cut shots, your common stop shots, your common draw shots, or that's where maybe the muscle memory can possibly work its way in. But what kind of muscle memory are we talking about? Are we talking about muscle memory for a 7-foot table? Are we talking about muscle memory for an 8-foot table? Are we talking about muscle memory for a 9-foot table? So there's really a whole lot of different variables that you have to really take into account. But I mean, the short answer, yes, it does play a role. Like, it will help build the muscle memory for that. Eric Lyons, you shot a two rail kick shot because you got out of position yourself the other day. It happens, and you also made it. Like that. Those are the reasons why you'd want to do it, because they're gonna come up every so often. But the things that come up the most often, like, those are the skills I think you would want to prioritize
getting better, but don't forget about the secondary skills that because you know you're only going to want to bank because you have to bank. If you can avoid banking, well then obviously maneuver the cue ball and avoid banking. And same thing with kicking and so on and so forth. Craig, what do I use more, backhand English or fronthand English? That's what BHE and FHE stand for, and when for each. Primarily backhand English. If I ever feel like I need to extremely spin the cue ball, which does come up from time to time, then I kind of use a combination of both fronthand English and backhand English. Dr. Dave has a really great video about doing that, where he kind of describes it to where like you're more of a 10% front hand English user and a 90% backhand English user, or something like that. And what that mainly means is that when I'm strictly doing backhand English, my bridge hand, my cueing starts directly behind the center of the cue ball, but my grip hand will move to whatever side spin that I actually need, so long as I'm within at least a 2-tip uh, radius of the cue ball. But if I start going around like past 2 tips, or all really depending upon the shot, then my bridge hand will kind of be offset from center about half a tip, and then the rest will be backhand English. But if I can avoid having to do extreme English, then mainly it's just going to be backhand English. Let's see, Jim Holland. You're looking at the table, and if I would have continued, what would have been my next shot? Um, uh, I've got the 14 in the side pocket. That's a pretty good gimme. 14 in the side pocket can lead to the one ball, can lead to the 11. I'd want to come down here and get this stuff over with as soon as possible. But actually shooting the 11 after the 14 probably wouldn't be that ideal, because I can see my cue ball kind of doing this. And the more my cue ball's out here, the more my cue ball will come over here to possibly shoot the 15. I'd rather be flat on the 11, or flatter on the 11, so that way I can just follow up and shoot the 15. But yeah, it looks like it would most likely be the 14 ball. Um, like I said, I can either try to draw it back here for the one ball into the side pocket. I can go ahead and stun it out over here, and I see that I have position for the 12 to possibly get position on maybe the 10 or the one ball. Like that's immediately what I see, at least with this spread pattern. All right, cool. So, wow, I did go to midnight. I didn't actually think I was gonna go to midnight. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut the live stream off. I see that I have 55 of y'all left. If those 55 are the ones that were here from the absolute beginning and made it all the way here to the end, thank you so much for being with me here tonight. And obviously, thanks everybody else that popped in and out. Like I said, I'm always very appreciative for anybody to come in to my live streams, watch me struggle the way that I do. And what I was able to put up a 28. That was the best that I was able to do tonight. But considering that I at least got to the second rack more often, and a lot of my not getting out of the first rack wasn't really a whole bunch of low numbers. I think I had maybe like a few zeros, but certainly not as many zeros as I had last time. Tomorrow's Friday. Am I gonna live stream tomorrow too? Because like I'm just fired up with doing this, and I haven't forgot about my 75,000 subscriber giveaway. I just got to keep putting more thought into what I'm gonna do with that. I may live stream again tomorrow. We'll see. We'll definitely see. But a reminder to everybody: the pinned comment, the pinned comment up above should have a link to my product review video for the Predator BK Brush Jump Brake Cue. I am giving that cue away when that product review video gets at least up to 25,000 views. So if you could do me a favor and go give it a watch after I cut the live stream off, that would be super appreciative. And if you can also share that video to your most common slash favorite social medias to help get its viewership up.
because then I'm going to make sure that, if you're not subscribed to my channel, be subscribed to my channel, like that video so it boosts it back up into the algorithm and gets shown more to people's YouTube homepages, and then leave a comment on that video, because that's how I select winners of my giveaways. Is I randomly pick comments off of the videos that I announce the giveaways on. So you could potentially be the lucky winner. I've done plenty of giveaways throughout my channel. It's the same thing I'm pretty much going to do for my 75,000 milestone giveaway. It'll be announced in some sort of video. Viewers are going to have to comment, subscribe, like the video, etc., etc. And then after a given amount of time, then I will select the winner, and then I have to verify that that person is one of my subscribers. And I hope y'all saw all of that. Like, wow. I have to verify that you're a subscriber, so make sure that your subscription list is public on your YouTube channel. Because if I select your comment and I go and look at your YouTube channel and I can't see who you're subscribed to, then I don't consider you to be an eligible winner, and I end up selecting somebody again. So if y'all can help me out, which also helps you out because you could be a lucky winner of winning basically free stuff just for watching a YouTube video and and leaving a comment, that would be super appreciative. Someone did ask, what time am I going to live stream tomorrow? If I do decide to live stream, like even tonight was like a 75% iffy if I was going to live stream. It'll probably be around the same time, somewhere between 7 to 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. And that, again, that's if I decide to live stream. But we'll see. Right now, I'm still sitting at about like 75% that I might do that. But until then, though, like I said, thanks everybody for being here. Be sure to give this stream a thumbs up. Like I said, I'm putting myself out there to allow you to see me struggle, as the cat is just running all over the place and just stealing the show from me. Probably should zoom the camera view out a little bit more so you can see more of the cat running around. But yeah, if you're new to my channel and this is the first time you're seeing my live stream and you're not impressed, maybe at least go check out some of my content. And if you like the content that I do produce, then at least consider subscribing to the channel. So until next time, everybody, have a good night.